Oh. Why is the fart noise broken? I'm 2D today, hi. Let me try to restart this one. No noise. I don't know. It broke. It's okay, it's the thought that matters. It's the thought that matters about fart. Hi Shredder. Welcome in. Oh yeah, stream closed caption. Oh my god. I'm all over the place. I just went to a hospital trip and now I'm back. I went to hospital to get blood samples today and boy was it a disaster. I'm okay though, it's just kind of funny. They sent out a relatively new nurse? Yeah, a new nurse today. There it is, that's the fart noise. The new nurse, they can't seem to get my blood tube right. Like, trying to get my blood samples. So I got fucking stabbed 5 times in a row. And then she just went like, nope, I give up. It's like, wow, that's new. Okay, it's alright. So I got stabbed 5 times, no blood came out. And then she asked for help from a professional. And just 1 stab and I got a bunch of blood. Well, at least all is well that ends well, you know. It's all good. It hurts, not gonna lie, but hey, I got my blood sample, so it's all good. And tomorrow will be the hospital visit lah. It's all very rushed because all of this is supposed to be last week. Yeah, all of this is supposed to be last week, but you guys know what happened last week. I was outside, so yeah. Also, I'm not too sure if my PC can handle this game, but I just want to play a little bit of Monster Hunter World. Oh, mind you that I have like 1200 hours on this game, and I just kind of want to go back and experience the Monster Hunter World again. I may or may not start a new character. Most likely not. I'm so lazy. The blood taking is not pleasant. The paw hurts afterwards. Yeah, I mean it's the what do you call that area? Elbow. The inner elbow area. That's how I describe that place. Usually it's that place now. All the stab wounds are still there. Well, not stab, you know. All the needle wounds are still there. But I prefer to call it stab because it's fun. Anyway, best music, am I right? Like, as much as I love Monster Hunter Rise, I just truly feel like Monster Hunter World is just something else. You know, last night I played a little bit of Monster Hunter World with my sister, and then all the memories just flood back to me. It's like, wow. I feel like World is... I would say slightly. I would slightly prefer World than Rise. Albeit, yes, Rise is more actiony, more fun. Rise is more fun towards the Hunter, where Hunter has a lot of abilities, you know, to go against the monster. They can go apeshit. Like, the gameplay of Monster Hunter Rise is really fun, you know. You get to zippity zap around, you know, get to fly around, get a dog that you can ride. So, travel faster. Whereas in World, it's like... it's the visuals, you know. World is the visual, the music. Right? I think music... World tops right... World top Rise a little bit. You know, just being a little bit better. Just a little bit. Not saying that Rise is... Rise has bad music. No, Rise has really good fucking music. Gives me goosebumps. It doesn't give me as much goosebumps as Monster Hunter World, no? Especially Fatalis, the Fatalis music, and also Safi'jiiva. Yeah, it's really good. I could play some today. I'm gonna play some today. Okay, let me try this one. The blood taking is not pleasant. Yeah, pet the kobold. I'll take it. It's never pleasant, you know. The needles and shit. They're not supposed to be pleasant. I mean, I'm not gonna shame if you think that it's pleasant. Hey, there's all kinds of people out there. Okay, it's fine. Stinky kobold, okay lah. Stinky kobold lo. Hi, Roxas. I'm still kind of sick, so yeah, I'm not gonna talk much. That's why I choose to play Monster Hunter. Because Monster Hunter, I don't need to talk much. I bet yesterday, lor. Yesterday, I streamed my Forum 2023 recap and also a little bit of Twitch recap as well. It was a very short stream. Very short. Although there's one thing with Monster Hunter World is that the sound is so soft. Never mind. Yeah, Twitch recap. You spam slushy so much. I thought I was spamming the Didokins emote that much, but no. Apparently the Gojo Bongo is the #1. Hi Nexus. Yeah, boy. Hello. I'm gonna go back into this game for a little bit. Let me turn everything back to shit so that I can play this game properly. Let me try 512 and then off everything. I think I want a little bit of anti-aliasing. Variable? Yeah. Luminance range. Once heavy and effects are not guaranteed even on HDR display. 32-bit is fine. Recalculation of depth information may speed up processing for a lower spec PC if disabled. I'm gonna try enabling this one. I think I'm gonna try like this. Oh yeah, the bot is still broken, you reminded me. It's okay, I'm just gonna go... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this manually from now on. I'm gonna do this manually, sorry about the screen flash. So, like I mentioned, I'll try not to ping everyone for now. And in the meantime, I'll try to figure out the reaction roles as well. Reaction roles for those who wants to get pinged, and to those who doesn't want to get pinged on every stream starts. So I'll try to figure that one out. Try to. I'm gonna try enable VSync. Hopefully it's fine. Okay. I actually already have 2 characters. Gopi Bang. Look at that. Gopi Bang. Time for a third. Actual Tylra for third. Oh my god. Only no, fuck off. No range. Heavy bowgun. I would not be able to progress. Hopefully it's doing well. I'm doing pretty okay. Still recovering from everything. No playing the lyrics with sword. Look, if there's a VN for this game, you know I'm gonna play it. If there's a game where I get to smooch dragons, that is Monster Hunter, but without the violence, I'll buy the game just frame. So last night I defeated one Safi. I want to see what I want to do today. Is there special assignments? No. Oh, there it is. There's a Fatalis. And the Arch-Tempered. Ooh, Arch-Tempered Velkhana. I forgot about that. Like, this is after... This is the last of the last quest of the game, I believe. And there's also Alatrion. Alatrion is fun as hell. I love fighting Alatrion and Fatalis. Never fight Rajang because I will shit my pants. I don't want that. Let's start something not too hard, I guess. Oh, there's Gold Radiant and Silver Rathalos. I actually forgot about that. And then you have the Resident Evil thing. Let's fight some elders. I think this one is pretty fun. Valhazag and Velkhana, sure. I think that's okay, right? I'll see if it's too loud. Currently it's still okay-ish, I think. I don't use my voucher. See, this is so much better. This, oh god, I'm okay. This is so much better. This is a hearty meal, and then in Masanta Rice, you're just eating dango. Is that pink dragon a mod? No, it's an actual particle armor. It's a Fatalis armor. I can show you Fatalis after this hunt. I know I'm going against. Oh, I'm going against Valhazak though. But I'm lazy, I don't wanna. It's okay. I'm bringing... immunity? Yeah, sure. Oh yeah, I remember. Vitality is not needed. I probably need to, like, update the armor a little bit. Oh god. Let's get damage then. Why not? My attack is... I have no attack. Wait, what? Oh, level 4. Okay. Level 4, I can get attack up. There it is. Wait, no. Well, I thought I have more. Oh my god, there's so many, I'm gonna cry. Oh, there it is, okay. So now it's level 6. The food looks so great in this game, I miss it. Now all we're eating is colorful orbs. Yeah. Food looks good but not healthy. That is as healthy as it gets, I believe. I don't need this. I don't need vitality, that's the thing. What can I get? Hard fire resistance? Hard fire resistance? Oh, I don't have hard ice resistance, really? I'm going against Velkhana though. Just get dragon attack. Flawless protection. One more? Destroyer medicine. Oh, I'm trying to get heartbreak. Oh. Do I still have health boost? I do. Where is it? Oh, here. Satiated expert. I need one more attack. I do need my Gobbler though. Gobbler level 3, okay. Any attack here? Fortitude attack, slider, sprinter, refresh, crisis. Satiated attack. I've satiated evasion. I can change this one. Healthy counts for a good variety? Yeah, it totally does. I'm not gonna get recovery speed. I don't think I need. Can I steal leg warmers? No, it's mine. It's mine. You can have it. Oh, E stuff doesn't work. Oh, the 3D stuff doesn't work. I did disable them. Sorry. Hi, Joe. Agitator? Joe? Joe, why? Okay, I'm gonna disable them. It's gonna cause some... It's gonna cause some... things. Open up this one. Oh god, my PC's dying. Okay, it opened. Oh, this is a good idea. Okay. Okay. Just do it slowly. Don't. I'm not gonna crush my PC. And this one. This one. And this one. This one. And this one. There we go. That should be it. Hope you're doing good, Joe. It has been a while. Attack, crit, and dragon attack. Stun resistance. Ooh. Free meal, speed eating. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, let me reapply to this one. Yes. Yes. Worth. Alright, let's go fight something. I mean, my PC is not dying, so that's kind of a plus. Kind of surprised how it works. Maybe here my PC will die. Do you have a favorite monster? Ooh, that's tough. Ooh. In world or in general? I mean, why am I asking this? In general, they will be hard as fuck. In world, it's already super hard. God, I love Safi though. I can show you Safi afterwards. I think Safi is like a close contender to being my favorite monster in the game. But then there's so many other good ones as well. Oh, it's so hard to choose. Oh shit, I don't think this is the way to go. Well, it might be. In the middle world, it could be Safi. I feel like it's gonna be Safi'jiiva. Gekko had a vote for it not too long ago. You voted Nergi? I voted Primordial. Primordial Mount Zeno because hey, wrong. Alright, just hit him. How did I miss that? Oh, I forgot how bad it is. Maybe I should just wear immunity. Fighting Final Hazard without effluvial resistance. Oh god. Chill! Oh god. Too far? Is the game too loud? I feel like it's a little bit too loud. Nice. I may be dead. Oh, I'm not dead, I lied. Recover those. I don't care. Ow. Okay, this is bad. It's pretty close to perfect. Okay, good. Got him. Okay, I got lucky. I'm just gonna try to get the tail. I hate it. It works. Let's go. Hey, man. I mean, I would say the Vest Boy in this game is pretty bad, but Man, wait till you play the old version of the game. Vestboy kills. It's not just harassment. Vestboy kills. I can hear you fine as well as the game. Okay, good. Very good to know. Yeah, I can say I still got it. Haven't played this game for a bit, and last night I warmed up a little bit. And I think I still got the muscle memory down. Aye. All good. I didn't bring any immunity. I am very dead. I am very dead. Do I need... I mean, I know I need Nalberry, but... God damn it, I don't want to bring Nalberry. Move? Dang it. Give tail, please and thank you. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Oh. I hate it here. That works. I'm playing with fire. I'm playing with fire. I'm actually playing with fire. Why am I doing this? Okay, okay, okay. I'm gonna get again. Oh god. Okay, okay, I have immunity once more. Got him. Give me the tail. Ow. This is the wrong thing. I'm just gonna do it. Get him! Free. Hey, come here, come here, come here. Come on, kitty. Nice. He's good, got the tail. Used to play heavy bowgun? Heavy bowgun? A lot of people seem to like heavy bowgun. I think it's just not my thing. Yeah, I use heavy bowgun. I thought I still have the muscle memory. I mean, if you play a little bit, I'm sure you get it back. Use bows in the world. I'm using long swords and hunting horn and rise. All good weapons. I use bow. Hey, I use bow a little bit in world, and also in. I use all melee plus bow, pretty much. Oh, stinky floor. Fine. Rock steady, baby. 3. Rock steady, baby. I don't care. Oh! That was so fast, huh? That was actually so fast. I'll take it. In Rise, I use Sword and Shield. Oh, good weapon. Hell yeah. Hi, Ingrid. Hi, Bean. Hi. You're the Bean. How you doing? It has been a while. Dragon pod. Dragon. Oh god, I'm stinky. I don't have no berry. Jaguars is also stinky. Why are you so stinky, Jaguars? Why are you so stinky? Look at you. Look at this dumb lizard. No brain. There's nothing inside. Do I have survey? Yeah, survey set. Look at this dumb lizard. The dumb lizard. Now I'm just trying to wait for... I'm just waiting for... Who? Velcana to appear. Ooh. Did it spawn? Yep, it did. Volcano looks so great. Yes! When Volcano first appeared, I think I leaked a little. okay, Jake, I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh, it's here. Hi. My PC may not do Volcano justice, to be honest, because I have everything on the lowest possible. But man, do they look great. Do you aggro? Or are you like Kushala that I don't aggro you? I don't think I aggro you. Yeah, Volcano doesn't get aggroed. Look at that. The perfect specimen. See, this is why World is also pretty good. World, there are some monsters who doesn't get aggro even if you approach them. Kushala is one, I know. So you just, if you want to farm the research level, you can just keep doing this. Follow the dragon, and just get the tracks and stuff. Although this might happen though. They're chill. Yes. Alright, let's fight. Immunity works against you? Here's my mega potion. There it is. Oh, free. Oh god. Oh god, too much ice. Got him. I'm gonna get the tail. Let's hope this works. Oh, I did it too early. Oh, that's not the tail, but it's fine. Oh, oh. Oh my god. Oh.
Okay, on time.
Uh-huh.
I got a monster for you to hunt that will change your world.
Yeah, which monster would it be? Hi Lex. Softball. Hi. Thanks for the bits. Thanks for the gem. That hurts. A monster for you to hunt. War is still so good. I can still spend like, I guess another 100 hours into World if I want to. Got him. Oh, come on, touch go. Another one. Oh. Oh, nice. That works. Nah, this is a tail. That works. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. That works. It's already limping. I guess my damage is actually pretty good. I always underestimate how strong longsword is, like in world. You know what's funny? I played this game for so long, right? There's still so many charms that I cannot make just because I don't do the guiding lens thing. Yeah. I didn't do much of the guiding lens stuff, so there's so many things I still cannot make. I didn't even augment my weapon as much because I hate the guiding lens. So yeah, I guess I'm playing this game pretty raw with not much going on. I'm at yellow. There's not much I can do. Alright, wake up, wake up. I'll take it. Hey! Man, if only there's a game that I don't need to hunt monsters. Although, there's one indie game that is not safe for work, but it's a game about us, the player. I forgot what the premise is, but we somehow woke up in a village full of monsters, but they are just like residents of the village, but they are monster-like. So it's like, oh shit. It's very interesting, but I forgot what the game is called. Monster Village, I believe. I might be wrong because it has been a while since I last saw the game. Maybe it has some updates, but I don't remember. It's been too long. You didn't know the game? Ooh. Okay. I got the gem. I'll take it. Another crisis attack. Alright, let me show you a Fatalis. I highly doubt that I can win against Vitalis because it's Fatalis. It's so difficult. But I'm gonna try. I have like a specific armor for Fatalis. Let me see. So no, this is Count Kushala, Velkana Bebe, Rojak. Oh shit! Which one is the one only? Oh yeah, against Fatatestis. Don't mind my many like multiple years ago naming sense. So this is the armor that I used to go against Fatalis without using Fatalis armor. This is against Fatalis with using Fatalis armor. This is Kutorov armor. Temporal and fireproof. Temporal and fireproof. Yeah, temporal and fireproof. Okay, that looks about right. Star resistance, health boost, critical boost, weakness exploit, evade extender. Wait, white range? Oh, it's Kutorov armor. Free meal, speed eating, peak performance, agitator, fortify. No destroyer, really? Yeah, this one is destroyer level 3. So the gimmick for Fatalis is that you need to at least break the head one time, or else in the third phase you're gonna suffer a lot. Yeah, let's do this. I'm gonna try it. There's no gobbler, so let's hope everything works. It's a gourmet voucher because it's hard as fuck. Oolong. Yeah, it's a layer armor. The lion dancing armor, I believe. Oolong. Fade to black. Time to die. Let's do it. Let's do it. Texture looks so sad though, goddamn. I wish my PC is stronger so that I can do this game justice. But it already looks so fucking good. Alright, no time, only half an hour, let's do it. This is serious business. I wish I know how to fight this one again. Tobu Hakai. God damn, it hurts! Holy shit, I forgot how painful it is. Golly. Oh, I forgot it leaves one thing there. Oh, unlucky. We take those. I'm dead. Oh, the area. I need this. Oh. Nope. We take those. Oh. Ah, too late. I think it did. I almost did. Look there. Okay, got him. I need your leg. Finally, you're doing this. I was waiting for it too. Oh. I'm doing it. Fine. Oh. Oh my god, ow. Damn it. Oh, I'm dead again. Okay, I got so lucky. We take those. We take those. Are you ready? Red. Okay. Oh, range. I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. Oh my god. Yellow, yellow, okay. Good, good, good. Look there. Oh, okay. I still remember, I still remember. Nice, nice. I cannot believe it, I still remember. Alright, give me a hit, give me a hit. Oh. I'm rolling. Nice. That is cool as fuck. I'm gonna use this one. I'm dead. Oh my god! Ow! I walked into it. Wait, I think I have hard fire resistance, right? I don't remember, but I think I do. Oh, wait, this is my full fortified build? Oh shit, I forgot. It's my fortified build. No. This is gonna be difficult. Okay, fortified build meaning that I'm supposed to die 2 times. I'm supposed to die 2 times as fast as possible and then never die so that I can have the most damage possible. That's supposed to be my build. Bobo return? Yeah. My Talis would get smooched. I cannot have a meal yet. I die too fast. Can I? Yes! Yay! Okay, let's go. I'll try to do it without the fortified cheese. Fortified is very cheesy, to be honest. Like, it's hard mode and also easy mode. Oh! Oh my god, that is so fast. No fucking way. Why? Oh! Another one? No? Okay. Yeah, you whoa, okay. I want this thing. We got him. Oh no 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 no! Oh my god! I got lucky. Uh-oh. Okay. I roll into it. I'm stupid? I'm actually stupid? Okay, fire metal gun. I'm doing it. Not the best. Oh. Not again. I roll into it. I'm dead. Oh my god, I hate it so much. Oh no. Oh no. Why am I at the furthest away? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Just... Oh, okay, okay, okay. This is not good for the heart. Good. Damn. Yeah, flame power slightly mitigated, says them. Because I broke the head once and now it will be slightly easier to fight. If not, it's pretty much every hit is one shot. What is that? What is that? Oh, the 360. No, it's not 360. Yeet. I'm dead. Oh my god, how lucky can I get? What is that? Oh yeah, I know what that is. Got him. P60. Oh. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Alright. Nice. I'm taking this one. Pew pew. Are you down? Are you down? Oh. Give me your eye. Wait. Okay. Yellow. 10 minutes left? Shit. God, my damage is not nearly enough. That's why I need the fortified build. I forgot about this. Get down. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh yes. Oh yes. Okay, the flame is not painful now, so which is good. And then now I'm gonna go get ready for this one. Go. I think I'm just gonna pull it, it's fine. 3. It's gonna hit 1 only, it's fine. I'll take it. Let's go, music change. How the fuck can you not like Monster Hunter? I don't get it. I'm having so much goosebumps right now. It's so good. Take it. Oh shit, I'm dead. Oh my god. I don't need. Nice. No free meal, really? No, 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 no. Okay. Dead. That counts? Oh my god. Oh! No fucking way. I mean, one stack of fortify is enough? I'll take it. No fucking way I actually did it. Without much of the fortified cheese. Huh. That dragon breath is hot, I know, right? It's just everything about the Fatalis fight is made so well, you know what I mean? Wow, hi Nita! Yeah. Is someone still have 29 bullets? Konnichiwa, Nita. Yeah, I guess I still got my muscle memory down. I'm very surprised. That's a really strong muscle memory. Oh yeah, also because I broke the head twice, I get a guaranteed Fatalis Evil Eye. Guaranteed! Ha And then it's all level 4 gems. Oh. Critical medicine? Oh shit. Challenger evasion is okay. Konnichiwa. Hope you're very genki desu. Teach me the ways of the fortified cheese. Okay, so fortify only has 2 stacks, right? So meaning that you die twice, you will be very strong. But that also means that you cannot die again, right? So essentially for Bariko, right? Bariko you don't bring fortified, okay, fortified cheese. Bariko you don't bring this one first. Because this one will revive you once, right? We need the revive for the 3rd death. So usually I only bring Choral Orchestra or Shield Spire or Plunderblade, you know, anything but this. So that you go out there, you die, you speed run death twice to activate Fortify. Although this one is only like, this one is only like single player. This is only single player strat, so yeah, you go out there, speed run death twice, and then you come back to you go back to your camp, change it to Vigor Wasp Spray, so that you can still negate death once. Well, considering you have like level 15 pro efficiency on Vigor Wasp, then yeah, you're good to go. So you will have maximum damage, you can die once. It's not like you have maximum damage and defense, but you cannot die again. That's a little bit spicy, but that's how Fortify works. Or, of course, if you have Feline Insurance, that's also pretty good. So yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Actually, I want Plunderblade. I might not be much talk, but I am not missing another Kobo stream. No, it's okay. I also love to vibe in streams as well. Hi, Ixin. Speaking of, there's multiple beans I want to shout out. Gosh, look at all the beans here. There's Nexus. There's also Ixen. And then there's, of course, Nita. Look at that, the beans. Oh yeah, that doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. It has to be... There we go. It has to be like that. There it is. Go follow them if you haven't already. They are amazing beans. I love vibing on their streams. I kind of want to play some other weapons real quick. What weapons do I have? Oh, how about we fight a little bit of Arch-Tempered Velkhana, because the music is different too. Ever heard the Velkhana music? Arch-Tempered Velkhana music? Now it's your chance. Here, let's go fight Arch-Tempered Velkhana. Are we gonna need maximum ice resistance? Crisis attack. One less attack? No, you're an amazing bean. Well, the reversal? I'll take it. Thank you. Also, no problem. You guys are amazing. Do I have hard ice resistance? I don't? No wonder I die so quickly. I actually don't. Oh no! I only have 1 ice resistance. Okay, you know, it's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Actually, this one I could change to more ice resistance. There. At least there's level 2 ice resistance. Defense plus 10. Tylra is indeed an amazing being. Wow! Thank you. 69. I'm not gonna use the voucher. I think Arch-Tempered Volcana is also 30 minutes only, if I remember correctly. Which is harder because it's on a map where I need to keep chasing the monster down, so it's more tight. This one. Yeah, it's an Elder's Recess. Ooh. I don't like that. Okay, Ice Proof. Actually, I think I need... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I need Ice Resistance as much as possible. Six, 12, 20. It's a little bit spicy because only during... one less Gobbler? One less Gobbler. I'm so dead. Well, at least I have level 3 ice resistance. That should be fine. Ixen Cute Bean, yeah. You're amazing indeed. I'll take it, thank you. Eep. Oh, speaking of Eep, I did something very stupid yesterday. The reason that I entered the stream early yesterday, it's partly because I'm tired. Another reason being the medicine that I ate. Yeah, the medicine that I ate yesterday causes drowsiness. That's why I was so tired. And I immediately went to sleep after. I didn't know. I didn't read it. I deserve that. Should be good. So, lesson learned, I only eat that medicine during the nighttime. Before sleep, that is. Alright, get ready for something goosebump inducing because the music is different. Very different. But of course, it would get aggro like this, so... I actually dodged it. No counter. Oh. Ow. Oh, bad idea. I'll take it. I actually rolled it. Let's go. No, look at. Ow. Oh, that's pretty bad. Oh, that's very fast. Oh. Now we don't take those. It'd be nice to do this round. Oh, I got you baited. Oh, bad idea. That doesn't count? Oh, I did. Oh! Ice resistance, maybe? One more. Thank you. Sleepy bow, but the rest was well needed in any case. Yay. I had really good rest last night. Oh, yesterday. Throughout the whole afternoon and night. Pretty much sleep through the whole day after stream. Just woke up, get some dinner, and then went back to sleep afterwards. And then, oh yeah, I woke up and then played a bit of Monster Hunter World and then pretty much went back to sleep. No cry from PCD? Surprisingly, no. I think the stream helps a lot too. Shit, I forgot about that. Double? That was perfect. Oh! Ow! Okay, that hurts. I've arrived to slip on my candy cane thigh highs, as the kobold does. Yeah, thigh highs are very important. I'm gonna keep those leggies warm. Hi, Kim. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. It has been a while. Also, I didn't know you play Monster Hunter World. Oh, I was obsessed with Monster Hunter World. Like, very obsessed. I think I have 1200 hours in. And wanting to play more these days because just want to get back into Monster Hunter World. It's good. Same, you miss your light bowgun. Surprisingly enough, I don't play any bowgun weapons. Like, any ranged weapon is not really my cup of tea. I personally love getting up close and personal. Although I do use bow a little bit, so I pretty much use all melee weapons plus bow. Dang it. That's a bad idea. That's another bad idea. Oh! God damn it. Event extender! The only time event extender is bad. Oh, they're not one. Nope, that's not it. Oh. Why are you gonna smack the dirks? Because I'm a hunter. No, I'm not. I also feel terrible smacking the monsters. Big hugs for Nexus. I dabble a bit of everything, but I found my love in LPG. Oh, yeah, that I can respect that. Yeah, play whichever weapon that makes you feel the most fun. I want to slap Kobold gently. That's fine. So long as it's gentle. Hi Jade. Been a while. Hope you're doing good. It's not even a sexy smack, it's an edge hit. Well, yeah, they're going all out on hunting the monsters. It's Monster Hunter. Did you mod Monster Hunter World? No, this is as vanilla as it gets. If someone touches my shinies, no mercy? True. Or maybe like touches without permission. Yeah. Stinky? Oh my god, I'm just clowning. I'm clowning. The deer head is not in Monster Hunter World. Oh, it is. I forgot how you get it though. It's like from a event quest. Which one? I have no idea. Huh? 我要讲华语 ？OK OK。哎。OK OK。没想到换成往旁边撤，真是。虽然死2次了，不过感觉还是打得赢。Sorry, I missed it like 500,000 years ago. 可能呢，反正这个好像也是 Monster Hunter World Iceborne 的东西来的哦。就想这一招。 哎，哦，哇，他眼睛也是盲了，我这样都可以 miss。Close is saying some wild stuff right now. To be expected, yeah. What? Lại chị mà, lại chị mà. Watch out, lại不及。CC having a weird field day. What's being said? Yeah. Oh no, I suck. 哎，有一点难哦，这个。有一点点难。Check this goal when you can. Alright. I mean, I can check it now. No, that has to be added. Cancel Singapore content? What? It's not. Thanks, closed caption. Didn't went boom at one last time? 没有啊，那时候就跟你们去一次呀。其实要赢的话很容易啦。什么武器啊？那个超穷棍呢？啊，我先玩大刀哎，大剑。Okay, let me try this one. 大刀，哎，对，我的武器的技能珠放什么我都忘记了。Gobbler, Attack and Dragon. Oh. Make a roulette redeem for which weapon you use. Oh no, I'm not that good. Unless it's for 我没有这样劲啊，除非是那种比较容易的 quest 啊，我才可以放这样的东西呢。不过不要啦，我也是很少玩这个 game， 其实就今天只是心血来潮，想要玩一下这个 game 而已。That's the fun. I mean, fair enough. Feline insurance?
お疲れ様です。
可以了。Unlucky, the triple unlucky heavy bow gun. Yeah, I'll just not play the game. Hey, look, I played. 我玩过重弩啊，之前。真的不能啊！我玩重弩的时候，真是不知道要怎样玩，开一下枪就死掉了。Grand Blue. No? So I can see Lavidia play. What the heck is Lavidia? Also, Grand Blue is no dragon. Why would I want to play Grand Blue? Wrestler? God damn it. Unlucky. That hurt. Ow! I'm dead. I'm not dead. Why am I doing this? Why am I being so stupid? Okay, don't get greedy. Oh, god damn it. Oh, yikes, I forgot I cannot tank that one. Go, 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 go. Come on, ice metal. Oh, lucky. That is... There's something else. Ooh, bad hit, but I'll take it. Is there a name for those fighting game move that need the analog to move? What do you mean? Like a Z movement? You mean like DP motion, huddle motion? Closer go forward, DP, closer go back? I'm dead. Woo! What can I do? I'll take it. Oh, I rode the wrong way. Okay. I'll take it. I hate it here. Oh. Nah, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. Ow. I'll take it. Can I hit? Yeah, sure. This is so unfortunate. I don't think I'm doing nearly enough damage, to be honest. Really? Ow. No. I'll take it. I hate it here, really? I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, no way. Why? I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I thought you can dodge the first one. I see a kobold in their natural habitat, pillaging dragons. You mean smooching them with swords? Hi, Hydra Killer. Been a long time. How you doing? I mean, they didn't give me shiny, so I have to, you know, wake them up with by smooching them with a big sword, pretty much. I'll take it. No! Wait a minute! That works. That's too far, right? God damn it, I'm wasting time. What is this? Am I dead? Yes, I am. What's the story? Do not tank the tail hits. It's not worth it. Just get hit by it, it's fine. All over the place. To make a long story short, I'm taking a long-ass vacation. That sounds pretty good. I mean, long vacation? Oh god, I'm wasting the mantles. What am I doing? Take the tail hits with hugs. God, I wish I can do it. It hurts a little bit though. Well, I guess that's the best I can do without meals. Everyone else avoid attacks first. Let me hug you. I mean, honestly, I don't think... Not furries, I guess, but I think this game is more towards scalies. You know, like the kobold. No! Yeah... That didn't hit. I'll take it. Your point still stands? It totally does. Oh! Again, don't tank. Okay. Now it's just a habit for me to tank hits. What is this? That is so good. What the fuck? Oh. Hi, Evie. Stinky. But hi. Rumor of Epic giving DNF? Or DNF Duel? We get to mod Renamon, hopefully. Isn't Renamon already in the game like long time ago? Oh no, really? Yeah, there's already a Renamon character, if I remember correctly. No! Oh my god. Oh! It's a ninja class? Yeah, I know. Unless you're not saying DNF Duel. Unless you're saying DNF MMO. Yeah, Duel. Renamon is there like a long time ago, I think. Modded by some, you know, someone by the name of Dusk or something, if I remember correctly. Which I'm pretty sure not. Fuck, I don't remember who modded it. Dusk? It's something dust, I think. I don't remember. Since I never played DNF Duel, I only look at the mod for a little bit. It's like, oh, cool. A game that I never want to play. Call? Oh yeah, I forgot about the call thing. Still need the game. Of course, it's mod. It's a mod. What do you mean? It's a mod. You need the base game to mod it. Huh, okay. You say there's lmao in the game? Mod, yes. There's a character mod. Ow. Oh. I'm alive. Ow. All good. Not so good. Stinky? I'm starting to think using Greatsword against Volcana is a bad idea. dead. Dead. I'm not dead. I lied. I'm doing it again. I'm dead. Roll. I'll take it. Boom. I'll take it. That still hits. Alright, all good. Don't return attack with this. It takes 100 hours to master a weapon. Each weapon is viable against any monster. 1 month's practice. Yes, that is so true. That's why I play all, like every single melee weapon, because I love getting up close and personal. It's fun. Mains Insect Glaive and fails miserably. Insect Glaive, like, this game makes Insect Glaive cool. I'm just gonna say this now. Insect Glaive in Monster Hunter Rise is eh. It's only eh. Not again. Why? No, I'm so stupid. To be fair, this is like the first time I'm trying to use Great Sword against Arch-Tempered Velkhana. Velkhana... If you want to win against Velkhana, just use Insect Glaive. Because Velkhana lacks the ability to hit airborne enemies, or hit airborne hunters. I hit it. I cannot read chat for now. It's okay. I'll read it afterwards. Give me a second. Oh. Oh, too close, too close. I'm good. I know I just got here, but I already need to sleep because work night. Aw, it's okay, Brian. Go get rest. Very important. I appreciate you stopping by though. Wee! I rolled the wrong way. I know I'm dead there. All good, all good. Hey, for first try using greatsword, that's not bad. It's super good to hear your voice again, Kobo. Yeah, it's good to be here again, honestly. I like it here. That's how that little project, I mean. Yeah. Also, I haven't I don't think I thanked you enough for doing that for me. Editing videos, holy shit. I appreciate that lots. I'm out of mega whatever that is. Nutrients? Shit. How do I make mega nutrients? Oh shit, okay, I have a lot of them. Hey. No need, so fun and games for me. Yeah, but still, appreciate it.
お疲れ様です。
Tyrannosaurus next. Right, let me try another weapon. What do I have? Yeah, like you said, Switch X is deceptively easy to use. It's just like it's lacking in a little bit of dodging, but if you can really well the monster, it's really good. Lens? Ooh, I want to try out bow. Yeah, let's try out bow. I have a bow build, I think, yeah. I like Rocksteady. Rocksteady. What's the build? Handicraft? Handicraft? Constitution, stun resistance. Okay, health boost is not needed. I need to update this. Throttle. Why do I have throttle? Oh, it's for physique, I think. Mighty bow spread. Increase the power spread ammo, power shot arrows, and 1000 dragons. I know I love 1000 dragons, but it's kind of funny. Okay. Where is vitality? I don't need this. Put in ice resistance. Vitality. Also this one. I'll put in dragon. Dragon. And also this one on dragon. I need 2 more dragon though. The music in this game is so cozy. Yes! It's so good. When it's cozy as fuck. Especially the village themes. It's so good. What's Mighty Bow? Increase max bow charge level by 1. Only level 2? Okay. In Rise is level 4, I think. I don't even remember anything. It's gonna be like no damage. One less constitution maybe? Fix them depletion by 50%. Must sound too wild? Oh god, hi Roland. Yeah, this is the early access of Masanto Wild. I'm cheating. No one get this. No one get to play the alpha build of the game. Only me. JK. Don't take don't take him seriously. Highlands. Oh, did you went to Firm? I didn't see you though. I don't think you did. Did you? Nope. Ah, shit. Okay, fine. I thought you did. You hide, so you did. Nope. Okay. Alright, let's try again. You hide at home, that's... It's okay, I respect that. Mind you that I don't know how to play bow, okay? I only know to shoot, dodge, shoot, shoot, dodge, shoot, shoot, dodge, shoot, shoot, I guess. I thought you would go to Ferrum, eh? What do you mean rude? I didn't do anything. Oh, I forgot about coating. What coating can I bring? Do I even have coating? Coating? Oh, shit. Oh, coating is down here, I forgot. You should be able to do the stringer bow shot. What the hell is that? The fuck is a stringer bow shot? Okay. Paralysis? Pretty sure it's not gonna work, but I'll do it. I mean, my game plan for this is just... No. That's my game plan, pretty much. What the fuck? That hits. Ow. Oh. You girls keep me down trying to sleep? No, I cannot. I cannot. I dodged. Whoa! I dodged the wrong way. Ow! That was a one shot, right? Oh, I forgot to put my coating. No wonder I feel like something's missing. Where's the sound? It's not there anymore. I don't know why all the numbers that I shot them is at like gray numbers. Oh, I should like... Ah, there we go. Is it tail? No. Where's the weak point for this? Wings? I can try. Ow. Nah, doesn't look like it's wings. Oh, whoa! It's not forelegs, it's not hind legs, it's not tail, it's not wing. It's not head! Ow. It's not front legs. ice armor first? Yeah. I'll try. Oh, whoa. Yeah, bow is tough, holy shit. That hurts. You need to actually do 2 or 3 normal shots first to maximize the last spread shot. The string spread shot. What? Did I do something cool? I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, you mean the 1000 dragon? The last moment you charge the bow and shot? Like a shotgun, you mean? Something like that? So I can chain into that one, is what you're trying to say. Gonna try to paralyze it again. The chains for normal spread shot. Whoa. Oh. Ow. What am I trying to do? That move can mount the monster, right? This one. Oh, that hurt. I used the wrong button. Ugh. I was trying to do dodge Y. I delayed my Y, it installed the fucking toggle. Oh shit. I mean, to be fair, even if I use the dodge Y, I'll still die. Yeah, I guess no bow for me. I could try my fortified cheese, I guess, to win against this one. Right? Use your stringer. I actually don't know what stringer is. Like, I have zero clue on what it is. Unless you mean the Dragon Piercer. I'm playing War No. Yeah? Yeah, I know. I'm well aware this is World. Okay, let me get a 4 to 5 because I want to cheat. Fortitude attack. But I have 1 extra attack though. You know that thing? Oh fuck! I actually forgot about that. It's Clutch Claw, not Stringer. What do you mean? It's Clutch Claw. I guess I can have 1 less attack for fortify because why not? Oh, one less critical for damage. Oh, this one attack. Fortify attack, fortitude attack. I actually forgot about that. Clutch Claw is a thing. Clutch Claw. Okay, okay. Let's go speedrun death 2 times and then win. Right. This is the winning run. I have no ice resistance. Who needs ice resistance when you have... Yeah, I'm probably gonna need ice resistance. Nah, there's no need ice resistance. I win already. Just die twice and win. I have Plunder Blade. Okay, Plunder Blade die 2 times and change to Figure Wasp. Okay. How dare you have such... It's not crucial. It's not crucial when I don't get hit, you know? If I just don't get hit ever, it's not crucial. You know what I mean? Your ice resistance 0. Yeah, I'm using Fatalis armor. Actually, what's my stat looks like? Versus ice 20. 20? What do you mean it's 20? Oh, the thing. I have the jewel. Also, it is 0. How is versus fire -5 versus dragons -20? I don't get it. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I win. Alright, let's go smooch dragons twice. Fatalis weak against dragon element. No wonder I won so quick on the first run. Oh, when I was trying to fight Fatalis just now. Velkana is weak against fire, I assume? Hey, Velkana. Nope. Oh shit. Thunder? Come on. Hit me. I'm here. Hit me. Hit me. Oh wait, hit me. No, I'm not gonna dodge. I've come for smooches! Smooch! Alright, we got 1 smooch. We can only get 2 smooches, we cannot get more than that. Well, 3. Alright, we can get 3 smooches. Alright, this is the cheese. The cheese. Cheese. I'm not dodging, I'm not dodging. I'm not... Okay, it's muscle memory, okay? I see a move, I need to dodge against it. Okay, that's 2 smooches. Yeah, only if I get life insurance I can get 4, but I don't. I already used my gourmet voucher and it didn't give me life feline insulin. Okay, now we do it properly. Alright, that's 2 smooches, that's all we need. Some good smooch action. But what I did wrong is that I ate a meal beforehand, so that's me being stupid. It's fine. Who needs meal when you have smooches? Yeah, I think we're ready. His stomach got louder than dragons. Hey, don't call me out. I just like dragons. I'm healing. I don't care. Oh god. Oh, what? Why weren't you rolling? Ow. 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 Oh, it's over. That worked. Look at the sweet, sweet damage. Can I do it? I don't think it's a good idea. I didn't do it in time. I may circulate too much. Oh, hi Brecky. Thanks for the pets and boops. Oh my god. Oh. Yo. Ow. I dodged the wrong way. I dodged the wrong way. It's the sequel. That works. Bad idea. Nah, that's the best idea ever. Yeah, boop boop brick. Hi, malicious magpie. Oh, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hope you are doing good. All good. Kill? Oh, too far. Rice longsword to OP? Well, yeah. I'll take it. That was cool. The Rice longsword is so fast in comparison with this one. Oh, nice. I'll do it. I'm sorry. I cheated. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. Thank you very much. Aha, I didn't learn anything. I'll do it again. Ow. Oh my god, stupid. Actually worked. I'll take it. I'll take it any day. Right, yeah, well, I don't know that worked. But it worked apparently. I'll take it. Oh, aim properly. That was perfect. That was very properly aimed. I like that. That worked. Oh! What happened? Was my cat? Yeah, my cat is pissed. Let's go. My cat was angry. Nice, got a shell for that. I hate it here. Yeah, like you mentioned, when after you play Rise and then you come back to this longsword, it doesn't feel as agile, you know what I mean? It just doesn't. Yeah, I played Greatsword just now. Am I fast enough? Probably not. Don't move, don't move, don't move. I'll take it. That was cool. That was not cool. Can I do this? Head? Oh. That was not cool. That was almost cool. Wait. I don't want. Woohoo! Nice. Give me the head. That was not the head, but I'll take it. Ow. Limping? Someone's limping? Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, we got this, we got this. I told you the cheese works. It's so good. No, 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 no. Let it cook, let it cook. It's fine, it's fine. I'm gonna go back and refill my heckin' What do you call that again? Meow. Max potion. I need my max potion. Bombs? Nah, we don't use bombs. At least I don't use bombs. I'm a kobold of class. Is it weird that I never use bombs in this game? Like, I never use them. Yeah, no bombs or sleeping monster. It's rude to wake them up with bombs. I don't do that. Oh shit. I don't need to eat, right? I already have the effect. Or do I? No, I don't. 6 damn voucher, I don't want to use that. Okay, just eat it. It's fine. Is kill or be killed? Nah, I can never be killed. Do you see my cheese threat? I'm too stonk now. I'm too stonk. I can never be killed. And before I died. And before I died with the fucking monster. No, it's not gonna happen. Look at this. Pure skills. I'm at yellow. Not much I can do, I guess. Wake up! Ow. No, that's not it. It's fine. It's not fine. I didn't dodge in time. All good. Look at this shit. Yeah, look at that. I'm alive. Never panic. Because there's no need. Does the strat work? Oh, the ice is gone. Hey yo, let's go. Die. Okay, that works. That hurts my soul. Can you like maybe get down? Thank you. That was probably dumb. Yeah. Hey! Totally pure skill. Definitely did not try to. Definitely did not use Fortify for this shit. Fortify? You guys didn't see me die twice at the start of the game, at the start of the match, okay? It didn't happen. It was pure skill. Look at the dodges and bobs and weaves. I'm so good. Look at all the free meal. All the free meal. Wow. Wowee. That's a cool shot. That's an actual cool ass shot. Oh my god. I mean, like literally a cool ass shot. No bombs, no claws, no environment traps, failed hunter. You mean hunter of pure skill is what you mean. I don't need those trifling bombs, those claws. I don't need environment traps. I only need my sword and me. That's all I need. Environmental traps? Those are for... well, not me. Those are for hunters who are struggling to get a win, to get a W. They were there for reasons. Reason being they look cool. They complement the environment. You see, you don't use the environmental traps, so they will become more beautiful. They make the environment pop. They make the environment look so good. You're not supposed to use the environmental traps. Ooh, let's fight Safi. Solo Safi. How many hunts is it gonna take? 5, 6, 7? Depends on how much damage you do though. What if I do the what if I do the absolutely not cheesy strategy of dying twice again? That is at all not cheese. Not cheese certified. 3? Shit. I might be able to do it then. No, that's bandit. Okay, just change equipment. Immunity. Wait. Because they need to reach damage check to reach the last stage. True. Maybe didn't they balance it out for solo hunts? I think they did, right? Alright, let me do the cheese real quick. Fortitude expert. I need something. Fortitude release? What the hell is a release? Unlock your weapon's hidden element. I don't need that shit. Fortitude physique? Fortitude physique? What else do I have? Fortitude evasion. Maybe? I mean, evasion is pretty cheesy. I like it. I'm sorry, it's not cheese. It's part of the game. Yeah. Fortitude evasion, change out this one. Nah, it's not cheese. It's the game design. It's there for a reason. Actually, Let's go back to Seliana real quick. You shouldn't be Kobold, you should be Circle. Nah, Circle is too cheesy. I'm cheese, but I'm not that cheesy. That you're gonna ask reader how cheesy you can get. I'm gonna stay here for a little bit. Circles are getting cute now. Yes! Circles are very cute. Hi, Kochida. Hello. It's been a while. I'm gonna go take a small break. I gotta take a small break and lucky draw? Nah, no one used that. I'm just gonna go turn on real quick, alright? Bathroom. What? See? We don't need that. Alright? We don't need this. So I'm just gonna put a small break over there. It's fine. No more combo with hint of cheese. For today, yeah, I have a hint of cheese. Just for today. Also, I agree, Ixon. Circles are heckin' cute. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes. Just want to go toilet real quick, alright? In the meantime, you guys can take care of yourself, alright? Take care, take care. Hi. I'm back. Alright, I'm ready to go fight Safi. It's probably gonna take like 5 or 6 times of fighting Safi, considering that my skills of Masantur is not that good. I feel like anyway. Alright, here comes my cheese build. Well, not cheese, a very strategized build.
お疲れ様です。
Very strategized. I'm not even gonna try to like break parts. I'm just gonna kill it. I'm just gonna kill it. Die twice again? Yeah, not because of fortify, but because I'm bad. I'm definitely not me intentionally trying to trigger fortify as fast as possible. Cheesy. Nah, it's not cheese. I'm not Sergil. Look at this hot dragon. Oh my god. It is the most dragons of dragon, this one. God damn. There's a reason why There's a reason why Master Hunter World is still popping off, right? That is a reason.
ご注意を。
Alright. Oh no! I forgot to do anything! Oh, wait. Oh wait, I ate. Oh shit, that's bad. Hey, I'm here. How are you doing? God damn it. Maybe we should change the category to Sekiro. Sekiro Dragon Die Never. Ow.
慎重に行きましょう。
Oh wait, did I change not Vigor Wasp? I think I'm using Vigor Wasps. I'm stupid. I'm dodging too good. No. It's intentional because I'm so good at the game. Ow. Am I so tanky? Just one more hit, come on. Oh fuck. Well, alright, okay. Oh. I don't believe. Okay. There we go, finally. Oh, no, you didn't see that, Don't heal me, please. Alright, I'm just gonna intentionally get hit, fuck it. Hey, come on, hit me, I'm here, hit me, I'm here, hit me. I want to experience pain. Ow. Oh no, I died. Oh man, the dragon is too strong. God damn it. Well, time to go again. 3 times. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You didn't see it. Oh wait. Oh no. Ow. Okay, I'll stop. Actually, I'll never stop. Oh no! I got hit by a dragon. I cannot believe it. Wow. Oh, this was actually I don't have the bar. But there's no need to build bar. Yeah, there's actually no need. I was trying to find a rock. I saw a rock. Okay, okay, okay. Alright, now we legit cannot die. I have to play to the best of my ability. So because of that, I'm probably gonna need Core Orchestra. Oh no, I hope no dragon comes to stand my fragile kobold body. Oh, woe is me. I'm just here, you know, getting bullied by a dragon. I cannot believe. Okay, I was. Alright, here we go. Now we're playing for realsies, alright? Get that stone. Get the thing. Are we gonna get the Farcaster? Okay. Here we go. Imagine if I died the second that I came in. That would be kind of funny. For content. For content. That was so bad. Wait, that worked? Oh no! God damn it, I'm stupid. Okay, that was good. Is he afraid of dragon element? You asshat! Oh my god! And then you're fixing yourself. God damn it! Why are you being like this? Why are you like this? Why are you being so difficult right now, huh? Okay, that hits. Not the best, but it's something. Doing it again. Hey, look at that, it hits. Your hand! God fucking damn it, your hand didn't get out in time! this Safi, I swear to god, sometimes. Can I do it? Is it enough time? I actually hate it here. I actually hate it here. What the fuck is going on? Yattawa. Safi'jiiva does his dragon poison and blast. Too late. Look at this. Oh. The perfect of perfects. My weakness is dragon too, same. Also to rock falls, like hey, don't judge. I know it pains you so much. But it's kind of funny how I don't really use those stuff as much. I don't. I just feel like judges as hunter. Hey, I'm a kobold, not a hunter, okay? Saya bukan hunter. There's no rock falls here, right? Ah, that works. Whatever. Oh, I could get eaten. If I get eaten, I'm dead. Oh, I didn't do it. Ow! Ow! No, that's cool. What? Oh my god, actually scared the fuck out of me. Hey, still got that. I can do it, right? No! Oh, that's so fast. Koshui. I'm just gonna do this. I'm on fire, help. There we go. Big time. God damn it. Uh oh. Why are you jumping? All good. Eat. Sixth time? Fuck my way. Oh my god. Oh god, why are you being so difficult? I mean, I know you have CCTV on me right now, but Jesus. God damn. Stop for 2 seconds. Please. You just keep healing your wounds. I don't like that. I even healed this one. Okay, no more CCTV. Roll straight into it. Alright, 7th time. You! Oh, you didn't even try to shout. You didn't even shout. That was not my fault. They didn't shout. Oh, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Well, good run, good run. Oh, maybe Rocksteady. Come on, Rocksteady. Wait, they. Oh, they changed it. Okay, it doesn't insta kill. That's good. Okay, asshat, thanks. Rock, friend, help! Rock. Look at the best attack in the game. Damn. Nope.
Emotional damage!
Who? Oh, it's Brave. Hi. Hi, Brave. Ah, calculated. I fucking... Wrong channel. No, the channel is right. What do you mean? I haven't changed my channel name. Rebranded. Oh, do. So cool. 2 times though, why? Pro gamer. I don't care. Ow. No more tempura. Whew. Me. I missed a clutch claw. I don't know how that works. Whew. This is not Kobo channel. Here is Cheesy channel. It's not cheese. It's utmost stratagems. I'm doing it. I regret my decisions and my deeds. Actually, no. Oh my god, I'll take it. 3 times? I was looking for a species confused deer with Christmas lights hanging around Xanthus. Well, you come to the right place. I know them. They're just not here currently. Help! That's so fast! you don't need to be that difficult. I love you though, but you don't need to be that difficult. Come on, man. Jeez. Gosh. Oh, I broke 2 forelegs. What? What? No fucking way. First run? Pure skill. Actual pure skill. Then one time, because they make solo easier. Yeah, it's just gonna take a lot of hunts to actually hunt it. And they're just gonna run away. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Well, that was a good run. Nice ass shot, no? It's a low energy gun. It's scared of cheese? Nah. Nah, I don't think so. It's not. There's no cheese going on. I don't see cheese. Alright, time to die twice again. Okay, this time let's not mess up, alright? Let's not mess up the strat because I was so afraid of getting killed. So now it's on the buff, right? The buff. Please use environment trap this time. No. I'll make you suffer. Suffer. Wait, I ate again. I'm stupid. I'm not supposed to eat. Well played. Alright, I'll try to use environment traps. I'll try to drive it to the edge of the arena and just use the trap thing. I drew it 7 times. Hey, roll. I'll take it. It's free art. It's free art. I'll take it. It shames me as a hunter, but I'll take it. I'm not a real longsword main. I used to be a what do you call it? Insect glaive main. Ow. I'm actually just gonna speedrun death. I'm not gonna dodge any attack. Speaking of, I dodged some attack. I didn't mean to do it. But it's still here. No, I need to deplete the whole energy. I did deplete it, but I make it deplete that run. That means that it sucked up the maximum amount of energy. Hit me, I'm here, hit me! Hit me! Actually, I'm trying to not get hit. That's wrong. How the fuck am I suddenly dodging so well? No, don't dodge. Yeah, hit me. Thank you. I want that. Okay. I need to deplete the energy. I haven't depleted it, but the last round was fully a fully suckage of energy. So it depletes the most amount of energy. Hit me, I'm here. Actually, no. Ow. What? How do you even miss that one? Oh, that's pretty fast. Oh, that's super fast, okay. Alright, now for proper preparations and cheese. No, not cheese, sorry. No cheese involved, alright? There's no cheese involved. Okay, maybe a little bit of cheese involved, but no cheese. I gonna eat, right? Ah, okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Ooh, that's pretty good. It's not here yet, right? That's a good mouth shot. Sorry? Is the rock here? Is that it? Slinger Nirayo. There, I did it. I did it. Look at me. Wow. I'm so good. Yeah. That's 1,000 damage, right? Oh, don't do it. Okay, thank you. That was a good miss. Past Hunter? Thanks. I'll take it. Okay, you just need to suck one more time and then you'll be completely drained, I believe. I'm just glad it hits. Okay, there's no rocks here. I just need to keep attacking. There it is. Come on, give me a hand. Ooh. Perfect. I just clutch controlled the wrong place, really? Sorry, Tylra, I gotta go. The dirt will be busy. Have a good stream. Alright, it's okay. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good day. Does this work? I'll take it. Let's get that. No kissing this trigger with your sword. Okay. Okay. I won't. I'm calculating. This is a good run, right? I think that's pretty fast. And I think it's like less than 7 minutes, I think. Or about. Because if there's like 10 minutes left, it would say. Here we go. Oh no! I'm flat! Not like this. Ow. I'm very flat. Oh, too early. Whoa, what the hell? Oh my god. I dodged the wrong way, let's go. The wrong leg. Help. Oh. Dang it. Even my voice cracked. Am I dead? Whoa, I kinda am, I think. You missed! You actually missed! Ow, fuck. Oh no, I'm wasting time. No! Please! I'll take it. Easy. Whoa! Okay, no more CCTV. Ooh, I'll take it. What is the armor for this move? I don't get it. Ooh. Okay. I'm just gonna do it. Look at that. I fight this fish so many times just to get materials and upgrade its weapon and sets. Yeah, same. Tylra, Merp, hi! Oh my god, Merp, it's been so long. How are you doing? I missed you too. Oh my god. Fellow Bobo. Does this work? Oh no. I don't know why I didn't get hit, but I'll take it. The sequel? I can respect that. Actually cheating. I am so cheating, it's insane. I think this should work. Oh, okay. Doing very rotastic now that you're here. Oh, good to know, good to know. Yeah, I'm doing rotastic too. That's not stealing, right? Although, kobolds are kind of prone to stealing. Oh my god. No more CCTV? Can I do it again, maybe? Nah, that'll be too much. You're not playing on Xbox by any chance? Oh, I'm playing on PC, this one. I think I never owned a Xbox console. Probably drain, nice. We take those. Why you like this? I'll take it. Ow! 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 Dang it, no! Ooh. Okay, okay, okay. Monster Hunter World got cross-platform. Looks like it, because they all released on the same day. It's not like World or Rise. Whereas the console version is faster and then PC is like slower. So yeah, chances are it will have cross-platform. Ow. Stop. I mean, I'm glad that. Okay, I'll. Since it's a real open world, looks like it, right? I hope so. Same. Although, it's high chance. But I'm still gonna pray that it has cross-platform. It's gonna be so much fun. Like, people don't need to buy 2 times of the game just to play with someone else. The best music in the game, oh my god! I'm doing it. Oh no! Ooh, let's go. We roll that one. Yo, let's go. No! I'm on fire. Fire bad. I'm doing it. Oh! No way. Those are all chest hits. Can I be on fire? No. That was pretty good, I think. Having to wait for the PC version kind of ruined Word for me, because once it came out, I already didn't care anymore. Yeah, it's unfortunate, really. At least this time, you know, Wild releasing on the same date as console. So, yeah, I'll count my blessings for that. They bring back claws on Wild. I like Clutch Claw. I don't know why the hate on Clutch Claw on the Monster Hunter community. Okay, lesson learned, don't eat first, okay? I'm doing it. I'm gonna kill Safi solo. I'm sure a lot of people has done that already, but I just want to do it once. Like actual solo run. It's gonna take a long time, but I'll take it. I should use heavy bowgun to farm. A lot of people use like bowgun weapons to like farm things really quickly. I don't like bowgun. I really don't. Like, there were multiple instances where I tried to light bowgun weapons. I just can't. I'm not playing Counter-Strike. I'm playing Monster Hunter. You know what I mean? I like to get in up close and personal. That's why I play Monster Hunter. Although it is not to like to put down those who use bowgun. No, use whatever weapons that makes you happy. Like, go wild, let's go. Just not for bowgun is not for me. It's part of Monster Hunter. It is. It is part of Monster Hunter, but it's not in playing Counter-Strike. Because I'm shooting guns and dodging attacks. I should just need to get hit. Here, hit me. Hit me. Yeah, I'm on fire. Ow. Fire good. Fire good. Hit me. Hit me. Go. As fast as possible. Speed run. One of my favorite weapons is the hunting horn. Oh yeah. It's so rare. Like Monster Hunter World hunting horn is so sad. And then you have Rise hunting horn. It suddenly became close to the best weapon. Can you do it one more time? You actually doing one more time? I'll take it. Safi knows. Safi knows. Alright, time for the proper preparation. With meals this time. Right, here we go. Oh, did I miss something? I totally did I? My cat is still in front of the blade. Oh no. Easy, just don't die. Oh my god. Oh my god. How bad can I be? Dude, no fucking way. Is that rocks? Is this rock or is this decayed ground? Where's the rock? I don't see the rock. We take those. We don't. God. that works. Oh my god. I'm so sometimes I don't recognize the hit. Yeah. Nope, that doesn't work. I'm so bad. Oh my god, this run is bad. Okay, that's the DK ground. Second suck already? Did you really just like you just took like a smaller step back? You are an asshole, do you know that? You're so mean. There we go. It's not the best, but I'll take it. Another suck? Okay. 3 times the suck? It's not the best run, I think. I'll just try to get as much damage in. I think that's good enough. It's shiny, I have to get it. I have to get all the shinies. You know, I'm still surprised how my PC can handle this game. Albeit with the minimal amount of things open, software-wise, I'll take it. Not like this. Oh my god, I really don't like it when they keep doing that. Look at that! It's actually bullying. They keep doing the same thing. Oh no, this is bad. It's like the worst possible thing. I'm just gonna do it. Yep, look at that. It's the move that breaks Rocksteady. Can you stop doing that? Oh my god, you're actually spamming that. It's actually spamming that. Again? Well, close to. It keeps fixing itself. Doing it again. Oh no. Fine, he's gonna spam that move again. Yep, there it is. Speaking of, that move is so good to him. It fixes the thing, the wound. Oh god. Not again. Too early. You are actually just spamming that now. Oh, okay, it's here. Is it? Yeah, it's here. Safi didn't order attacks in Safi school? Yeah. Is that saliva? It is, okay. You still get your bag. Honestly, I'm glad to be back too. What? Okay, that's pretty fast. Just gonna go down. I got squished so many times. That attack is so obnoxious. That attack, it's so fast, bypasses Rocksteady Mental, and it explodes many times. Heals? That's why it's so good and so obnoxious to deal with. Oh, wrong leg, but I'll take it. Ow. No. The music is so fucking good. Let's go. Did I just miss the sequel? Okay. Rocks. Oh, that's fast. I don't know why I'm doing that, it's so stupid. Oh yeah, I still have CCTV on. Oh my god. No, oh my god. That was fast. Here we go. That works. Oh my god. That's a first suck on the third floor. We're making progress. We're actually making progress! We got the first suck on the third floor. Nice. Oh, it's just a little bit though. But I think the most important one is the first and second level energy. So long as those are depleted, I can win. So let's fight a few more times. And this time, let's bring... Let's not bring Plunderblade. I need as much damage as possible. Let's bring Choral Orchestra. For the more damage. More damage.
調子はいかがですか？
It's probably like 3 or 4 more hunts. It should be good. Cutie bone. Where? Numbers. Hi. Oh, looking at numbers reminds me of this. There's a few good beans. Oh, the
Tylra will proceed to shout out the beans. Yep. get shouted at. Yep. Actually, get yipped at. Yep. Did I eat? Yep. Did Tylra eat? Okay, Tylra didn't eat. Good. And Tylra wants to fully maximize the strategy. Yep. I got it right. Sorry, Tylra got it right. I would Tylra would try to talk in third person when in yip mode. Oh, you got the app. We got the app. Yep.
最終目標は討伐だ。奴を見失う。奴は消耗するとエネルギーを吸収し、その場のエネルギーが枯渇すると仮想に向かう。
Alright, Tyra's gonna speedrun this.
V破壊や地形ダメージを狙え。
No. Come on, the kobold is here. Hit the kobold. Hit the kobold. Yep. Yep. Yep the kobold. Yep the kobold. Kobold is on fire. The kobold is very on fire. Who healed me? Oh.
慎重に行きましょう。
Ow. Yeah. That is good. In one of my last streams, I told my viewers they recorded a yip for me. They spent the yip redeem until they got it. I don't remember if I actually put it into the folder.
hit the kobold. Another one. Don't hit the kobold. Yep. Kobold's just yipping. It's fine. Lmao. How is that lmao? That's not lmao. What do you mean? Yep.
Yep.
Okay, that's too... yep. You got it. Actually did it. I actually put it here. I don't remember that. Yep. It's my yip too. Super lmao.
Yay!
How is it super lmao? It's just yipping. Yeah, that rare yip was pretty raw. Oh, nice. Okay, actually good. Alright, let's get that energy sucked. I don't need Farcaster, it's fine. Ultron Lamok, that's you already, lah, please. That's pretty good. Oh god. King of lmao. Nah, I think if we're talking about King of lmao, no one win against Zephy, it feels like. It's either Zephy or Teryx. I mean, it's probably more Teryx. But then again, I hear people talk about lmao to Zephy than Teryx. I need rock. I need rock. Why is there no rock? I got the rock. Drain, that's really fast. Doing it just because I can. I can never get used to the music. Like, the music is so fucking good. No, I can never get bored of the music, is what I'm trying to say. Oh, that's bad. Again? Again? Really? Wow, alright, okay. It's doing it again. Oh no, it's doing it again. Not enough time. Oh, too early. Oh. I'll do it again. Oh no. Nice. Oh, there's a lot shorter than I thought. No more CCTV. Oh. Did I counter that? Oh my god, I'll take it. You. Ow. That shit is instant, I cannot react to that. Just enough time? Okay. I'll just do it. I'm dead. Oh no. How many times am I gonna get squished? Okay, still the CCTV, it's fine. Nice. Oh, I did it too late. Oh. It's fine. Yeah, that's pretty fast. You're getting squished. It's okay. Getting squished by Safi, it's kind of worth. It's kind of worth it.
ついに再加速もうこれ以上どこにも行き場はない慌てつやつを消耗させエネルギーの枯渇を狙え
I'm doing it. Oh no, really? Too early. Oh no, I already get hit. Oh my god. Can't do it. Come here, come here. That's enough. Okay. Just a little bit more. Come on. Come on, don't be shy. Yes. Oh, you fell down the second one? Shit. I want to fell down when it's in super critical state. That's a bit of a waste. Ah. Oh, not enough energy? Rare. Haven't did this in a while. Like the miscalculation of energy. No. Too late. I'm messing up so much now. No more CCTV? Okay. Dang it. Nice. Oh no, I'm actually dead! No, 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 no. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I got lucky as fuck. Holy shit. I should try and get the explosions. I feel like just one or two more, maybe? Yeah, I feel like probably one or two more. It's close. It's close. Yeah, I feel like one or two more. The first and second level energy, albeit not fully depleted, but it's almost there. It's almost there. I could try hammer for a little bit. It's been a while since I last played a hammer. The bonk. The bonk. Good. I like bonk. Okay, let's go. I'm doing it, I'm doing it. See, the thing is, I never solo a Safi before, like win against a Safi solo, and today is the day. I'm gonna do it. No matter how many hunt it takes, I'm gonna do it. I can be that stubborn. Most of the time, I'm very stubborn.
最終目標は討伐だ。奴を見失。奴は消耗するとエネルギーを吸収し、その場のエネルギーが枯渇すると仮想に向かう。これを利用して仮想に追い詰めるぞ。
Hello.
無理破壊や地形ダメージを狙え。
We'll pretend. We'll pretend. Hi. Thanks for fun. We're coming. Okay, how do I play hammer again? Charge and bonk. Hammer is head. And then touch claw? Something like this, right? It's either a hind leg or a head, I think. Wait, I'm supposed to die, not hit. Hit me, I'm here. Power charge. Kill me, kill me. Okay, all good, all good. I'm gonna speedrun 2 deaths real quick because I'm cheesing. I'm gonna cheese. I gotta cheese real hard for this. Hit me, hit me. Come on, hit me, I'm here. Hit me, I'm here. Are you doing it again? Wow. Come on. Oh. Come on, that takes so long. Thank you. Alright. Okay, since I'm using hammer, let's use Vigor Wasp because I'm a little bit terrified. I don't know how to use hammer. Just charge. Alright, let's do it. Oh, they're not. Oh, crap. Alright. That is maximum preparation. I think this should be good. Let's go do some bongs. Do some bong. I miss playing this game. So do I. That's why I'm playing this game now. It has been a long time since I last played this game. And boy, the game's still good. The game's still very good. Okay, maybe don't hit me this time. I'll appreciate that. Ow. Ow. Oh, I forgot to take the things that's inside. Why do I keep forgetting things? Mega Bong. It's such a good move. Do you like me bonk? Do you like a bit of a bonkity bonk? I God damn it. I should heal. Oh, I forgot about the Big Bang. That's like the... There it is. This one. Supposed to be doing this. Okay, thank you. Hey, how you doing? Oh my god! Ow, fuck! Uh-oh, I thought it rock, I thought it rock. Rock, 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 rock. Where's the rock? I found it. Hit, 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 hit. Bonk, 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 bonk. That's good enough, right? still got it. Wait, why is she shock trap? Wait, since when I changed my radio menu? What the fuck?
よーし順調だなみんな気を緩めんなよ
What? Since when this shock trap? Just gonna fall like this. Got him. Ow. I'm dead. I think I'm dead. Okay, what do I do with hammer when I'm getting aimed at? Oh no! Oh no! Wait a minute. We take those. Boom. Damn, that's good damage. The most spiciest of plays, let's go. Oh, too late. Hey. Oh! Ow. Is this death? It kinda is. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, I'm actually dead. Did Safi'jiiva agree to this abuse? No. Yes. No. No. Everything's fine. Ow. No. Okay. okay. Hi, Kadir. Welcome. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Hey. Of course, who else can it target? Come on, come on. I forgot about that move. Nice. Wait a minute. Okay, I have full health this time. It's fine. I'm not dead. And not this time. Nope. Not again.
Safi'jiiva 最下層に移動するぞ。もうすぐだ。気を締めてかかれ。床の穴から翼竜で追うぞ。よーし、悪くない流れだ。
It would be kind of funny if I somehow beat Safi with this kind of hammer play. I don't know. I'm just bonking. Didn't even stun him even once. No stun because I don't have KO build. Hammer with no KO, sacrilege. Oh, speaking of. No, get bonked. You wound. You would, actually. Five minutes left. Fuck. Did that just trigger twice? Whoa! All good, all good. Please come here. Please come here. Just a little bit closer. I just need you to come here one more time. Just one more time. Come here. Come here. Come on, move. Not like this. Fuck. This is bad. Why would you do that? Thank you. Okay, this is good, this is good, this is still good. Oh! Ow. I'm trying. Oh. Ow. That works. This is bad. Didn't see that. Fuck. Goddamn! I was feeling it though. I was feeling it. Heckin' hammer. You know, it's kinda stupid, but what about Sword and Shield? I mean, I don't really play a lot of Sword and Shield in Monster Hunter World. It feels kind of tough when I'm using hammer when I'm getting CCTV. It's kind of tough to deal with that. Okay, what else can we play? Greatsword? Greatsword? Ooh, Greatsword? Ooh, yes. I like Greatsword. How many times do I need to do this? How many hunts already? I don't know. Right, let me change my kitty equipment real quick. I mean, I'm quite confident with my greatsword skills. So I guess I can bring Choral Orchestra. I'm pretty sure I won't die. Maybe? Just try, it's fine. Just try, it's okay. Never hurts to try.
最終目標は討伐だ。
Alright, go go go!
奴は消耗するとエネルギーを吸収し、その場のエネルギーが枯渇すると仮想に向かう。これを利用して仮想に追い詰めるぞ。V 破壊や地形ダメージを狙え。
Oh no. Please, okay, and hit me. Yes, thank you. Hit me. I'm here. Hit me. Oh, that's actually really nice. Okay, go. One more time. It's kind of funny how I just keep using the fort heavy, a fortified thing. It's pretty good. I don't think it's cheese. It requires careful preparations. I should get no. I can kick, right? What's the kick input again? There it is. Hey. I kick him once. Okay, that's good. I win. Okay, let's bring Choral Orchestra. I'm pretty sure I don't know. Oh, no feeling insurance. I'm a little bit afraid. Okay, that may man. Figure was. And no free meal, right? Also, remember to take this. Okay. Alright, I got this. Oh my god. Oh no. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is so sad. Where'd you go? How? How the fuck did I get the head? What? Was it roll? After roll is supposed to be a tackle, no? Maybe I delayed it too much. I'll take it. Rock. Did I shoot him? Thank you. I am the wrong way, I hate it. I think easiest way would be one like this. Oh god, I remember now. Fuck. Okay. What? Yeah, I think my grace was pretty bad. It's very slow. It's almost 10 minutes already. I just got to second floor. We're amputating the right hand. W? You need the handicraft weapon? What? I'm so confused. What are you trying to say? Okay. Okay. I don't think you have to do it again. You actually did it again, you fuck. Oh my god. Yeah, my greatsword is really not good against this one. Gonna need more practice. Fuck, it's really bad. I guess I can try to get the tail? Might as well, right, since I'm using greatsword. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Fix the game, you fuck. Actually, I have energy. Oh my god. How do people use greatsword against Safi again? Oh, did I dodge it? Let's go. Dude, he's just spamming that. I guess I'm finally feeling a little bit. Oh. Yeah, my greatsword is not the best. Not good. Bad idea, but yeah. Whoa. Not the best, but I'll take it. Yep, I cannot take that. Didn't roll it. I guess I'm kind of surprised that I still get to the third phase. I feel the third phase is undeserved. It's undeserved. I was so bad with Greatsword. It's not good. Maybe I should probably stick with longswords for now. Longsword or hammer has like the biggest chance for me of winning. Alright, let me try to at least make it suck once, that'll be great. Oh, no rocks. Episode button. I'm panicking a little bit. This is bad. Not even a single suck. That's bad. That's pretty bad. It's a bad run. But I'll take it. At least it sucked at the first and second floor. I'm gonna be here for another hour for this one, I feel like. Yeah, I mean, the first and second level got sucked just a little bit. It's not the best, but it's fine. Yeah, let's just stick with longsword for now. I'm really bad with the other weapons. Okay. Just keep doing it, keep doing it. I will do it. I will solo a Safi today. Alright, it's the goal today. It will be a goal. It will happen today. And I will keep using the cheese to get what I want. I will cheese.
最終目標は討伐だ。奴を見失う。奴は消耗するとエネルギーを吸収し、その場のエネルギーが枯渇すると仮想に向かう。これを利用して仮想に追い詰めるぞ。V 破壊や地形ダメージを狙え。
How do you even miss? Oh, I forgot to change. Oh no. It's okay, it's okay. I don't need this. Yeah, just keep doing it, keep doing it. Come on. Thank you. Alright. I forgot to change back the figure wasp. I'm too hasty. I got too hasty. Oops, that actually worked. Whoa, wait, that's way better? If I counter that move, that's way better? Oh, that's so fast. That's good. Okay, that's good. Gonna get back some gourmet voucher. I believe some event quest gives out gourmet vouchers, right? Wait. Alright, this is it. Hi, Dinari. How you doing? Welcome in. Ow. Thanks for the heads too. I like heads. Oh no. There we go. Oh no. I'll take it. Not bad, not bad. But I feel it's still a little bit slow. Just a tad bit. No, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, I got you baited. Nice. Fine. Oh no. You take those? Did you just fix your hand? All good, all good, all good, all good. All good, all good. All good. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, I'm cheating too. I can cheat too. Oh, in the hand. Oh, I did it too late. no, I'm so slow. Really? I forgot. I did it anyway. That was so sad. Why? Why did I decide to do that? Ow. Too early. Oh no. Oh no. Can I get through? Okay. Oh no. Now it just keeps doing this now. Oh no. I could try using getting my cat to get a shield spire so that the Safi will actually aim at the cat sometimes. That could be a strat. I mean, I still have more than 5 minutes. Probably. It's doable if I actually become Ultra Instinct. Yeah, I'm just gonna try my best. Alright, here we go. Not when it keeps doing that. Oh no, I didn't even get to wear my Rocksteady. Everything's fine. Come here, please. I want you to come here. Okay, one more. That's good, okay. That's bad. It's okay. Really? Got this. No suck? No suck? No suck? Okay. If no suck, I might stand a chance. Bad roll. May these rowboats aid you in your fight. Thank you. I'll try my best. My bestest. Yes, okay. You suck now? No. No, why? I mean, I know why, but still. Not. The suck was unfortunate. Oh. Come here. Maybe the 1,000 damage is gonna help. Come here. Oh no. Yeah, if it doesn't come here, I have no chance. The sook! God, that was unfortunate. Actually unfortunate, the suck. I thought I got it. Like it did the first suck and then it didn't do the second suck, and I thought like maybe this is it. And then it did the second suck. It's like, ah, fuck. I guess my damage is not enough, honestly. Damn. No, I want to do it. I want to do it. I really want to do it. I really want to do it. Also, I want to check my fucking... Why is my radio menu like that? Why are you shock trap? There. Okay. Honestly, I feel like the robots help. You know why? Because I was in Ultra Instinct towards the end. It actually, like, I don't know, towards the end there I actually performed quite well. I'm surprised. The builds, the power of coupled. That is like impact tactics. Oh yeah, I bought this one. I actually bought this one. Oh, this one is really cool. Look at that. It is not at all distracting. It is very cool. If you think that's distracting, you're wrong. It is so distracting. I'm going in like this. I mean, it looks cool. It looks really cool. Tylra Ultra Instinct. I also have this thing on my weapon. Who doesn't, honestly? It's really cool. I like it a lot. Alright, let me try to soften the hide 2 times. And then die quickly. Okay. I thought I missed it. Okay, got some damage in. Died pretty quickly. That's good. That's good. Nice, not bad. Got some damage in as well. Okay. Okay, I'm still gonna keep using Choral Orchestra because it gives me a little bit of damage. I'm not even gonna use the revive for this one. It's okay. Let's do it. I didn't counter in time. I need to stop doing that. It's going hand with the body slam attack. There's no way. I think I can do it a second time. Or not. Somehow I missed it. This is pretty fast.
皆さん、翼竜で移動を破壊さ
よーし順調だな。みんな気を緩めんなよ。
火災材質的石柱があります。何かの攻撃をしのげるかも。
Oh god. I think this might be death. Very close. I need to eat this as soon as possible. Too fast. Maybe? Yee. Oh. Okay. We take it. Not the best. I'm dead. Hi Ryuki. Hi Zenti. Attack Tylra. Yeah. Rest of the whole day, almost the whole day yesterday, and now I'm here. I mean, this is pretty much just me still resting. So I'm not doing art at all. Hi Lex. How are you? I'm doing pretty good now. Not as tired as yesterday. Yesterday was something else. Hi Legs. I'm just trying to solo Safi. Today will be the day where I will solo defeat Safi. I will do it. I'm gonna do it. Solo feet for free? What? Wake of fun. No, oh god, messed up. This is bad? It's kinda bad? Ah, the move is so fast. It's so fast, oh my god. Double. Triple, okay. Rocksteady, baby. What? Okay, okay.
Yep.
Okay, okay. Yep. That move is too fast. I think I got this. I have slightly more than 10 minutes. Should be able to do it. Oh, no! Overboard! Hi! Another kobold. Yep. Welcome in. It has been a while. I hope we are doing good. Also, my rest is doing pretty good. Yesterday, I collapsed because I ate my medicine and I didn't think that it causes drowsiness. That's why I did a very short stream yesterday. Just recapping about Firm and also Twitch. So yeah. There we go. Finally. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can ride now. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. No, now would be a good chance to ride it. Come on. Thank you. Gonna take the head. I'll do it again. Nice. Five minutes. Actually, can I do this? Nah. Which was a slinger again? I forgot how to do slinger burst. Left trigger? Okay, attack for a little bit. Come here, come here, come here. No, why does suck? Why do you suck now? Oh, that's bad. You still have the CCTV, come on. Come here. Oh no. Is it close enough? No. I'm doing it. Okay, lucky. Why are you like this? Okay, that's enough. 10. I'll take it. This is so bad. Okay, double. Okay. Good. What? Just frame? Just frame? CCTV? The sequel? Okay. Oh no. I'm gonna cheese again. I'm gonna see if I can do it. No suck, no suck. No! Why? Why now? It's Jover. It's Jover. Hey, I didn't see that. Feeling. me see if I can ride again. Please, 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 please. Can I cheese it out? Can I maybe cheese it? Your goddamn hand is blocking everything. Oh my god. Yeah, no, that's not it. Oh! No fucking way. Heal, I'm dying. Let this be it. Nope, okay. The triples suck? I don't know if I should be happy or sad. Oh my god, you actually did a triple suck. For the long run it's good, but man, I've been here for 2 hours. I want to beat it solo. I want to do it. That's a lot of energy gone though. Some of the first and second end level energy takes so long to deplete. It's okay, I'm gonna do it today. I will do it. Don't worry about it.
Hi.
It's probably like, at most, I think, 3 more run. I think at most, 3 more. I'm just gonna keep using longsword and my cheese strat. So in case you guys don't know about my current cheese build, is that I have Fortify on, so I need to go in, die twice as fast as possible, and then go all out. Something like that. The cheese. Yeah. Pretty much the cheese is just this one. Fortitude Evasion. I have attack full, crit full, dragon attack full. Yeah, there's not much I can add more, I feel like. I mean, sure, there's like Agitator, Latent Power, stuff like that, but just not so worth, I feel like. Sticky. Cheese. Alright. Let this be it. Oh no, this one would not be, because the first and second level energy is still there. I'm not gonna skip this one. I'm gonna watch it again. Look at the big boy! Look at the big dragon! The big dragon. Alright, go, go, go.
奴は消耗するとエネルギーを吸収し、その場のエネルギーが枯渇すると仮想に向かう。これを利用して仮想に追い詰めるぞ。V 破壊や地形ダメージを狙え。
Safi'jiiva in the cutscene right now be like, again? Come on. Yeah, I felt that one. Been here for almost 3 hours, trying to beat this thing solo. God damn it. Alright, hit me, I'm here, hit me. Yeah. I'm here, hit me. I'm just a little cold. Hit me. I just restarted War myself. It's such a good game. Yes. I might even start a new character. I have 2 characters, by the way. I have 2 characters that reach endgame. And now I want to start a 3rd one. I don't know how I feel about that. Or maybe I should play Dragon's Dogma. It's a game that I never played. I'm gonna try it. Yes, that's good, that's good. Yes, one more. Okay, just one more. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Did you actually miss? You missed! Thank you. Okay. Let's go. Quick. Fast. Speed. Hobo needs speed. You should definitely finish Dragon's Dogma. There'll be a 2nd one of it not so far in the future. Oh, I heard, yeah, there's a trailer of it, right? Alright, Choral Orchestra, let's go. Oh no, of course you would. It's fine. Yeah, it's gonna be a next round. That's not bad. Alright, it's set to 2025. Off for a couple of weeks. But you know which game it is? Yeah. I have a reason to live until 2025. That's not it. Gone for a couple of minutes and now who's here? I missed it. We got a bunch of beans here now. The beans. Gonna wait for Monster Hunter Wilds. How'd you miss? Of course you would. Oh my god, in the worst possible way possible. Double possible in the sentence I don't even know anymore. A lot of frame drops all of a sudden. I think I played this game for too long. I remember the couple noises. We love it. Oh, that was a little bit too early. Oh my god, of course, wow. Please stop doing that. I hate that move. Unreactable. Nice. I'm doing it. I regret my decisions and my deeds. Yeah, not enough time. No, anything but that. Oh. 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 God damn it. It's fine. I'm doing it. I'm not doing it. I lied. I'm doing it again. You absolute dick! Oh my god, of course you would. Why you suddenly become so obnoxious? Oh, oops, that was me being stupid. I love the game, but never did beat Alatreon or Fatalis, sadly. Oh, it took me 3 days to beat Alatreon. Well, not 24 hours, but like 3 days of constant training for about 4 hours a day, I think. 4 to 5 hours a day, trying to beat the monster. 3 days and then 6 days for Fatalis about. Just learning the moveset and then, yeah, something like that. Memorize the patterns and shit. It's tough. But I love it. Oh my god. Oh, believe it or not, I actually did not I did not use cheese to beat Fatalis the first time. Like non-cheese. Oh. This asshat just spamming this move now. This asshat is actually spamming this move now. Sure. Getting a little frustrated about this one. Didn't mean to do that. Fuck, this is bad. Could have been fast, but like it's just spammed that move so many times. It just wasting so much time. That's insane. Whoa, that made me frustrated a little bit. Right, here we go. That works. Let's get lucky. Frame drop, frame drop. I mean, anything but the squish move is good, you know? Yeah, any move but this one, it's literally unreactable. Ow. Oh boy. I'm gonna wait until it's mega pissed and then I'll go for the environmental trap. that one. I too late. Didn't realize. No more CCTV. Okay, no chance then. Unless, let me try. Yeah, without CCTV might be a little bit hard. Whoa, did you just... Good. Bitch, that's unreactable! You're gonna keep doing that, don't you? That was at least 20 times, it feels like. This run sucks. This run actually sucks ass. Nah, I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it. I'm so going to do it today. It's the goal today, I'm gonna do it. Man really quit so fast? Yeah, I mean 20 minutes per hunt, right? That's baby Dragon. Oh, I think... Funny enough, I think it's... teen. I think Safi is like around teenager age, and then Safi'jiiva is like baby. I think that's the... It is? Okay, so I wasn't wrong then. Good to know, good to know. We're actually just beating up a teenager. That sounds so wrong though, but... We're beating up a teen dragon. Oh no. I love to use blast builds. I mean, I'm using Fatalis weapon. So... I'm using all like Fatalis armor and weapon. It's like the strongest one by far. And I'm using fortified cheese build. I need to go back to this game so bad. Yes, play Monster Hunter World. Yes, it's a good game. It really does. Shit moments like that happens from time to time. It's Monster Hunter. I want to see Dalamado in Wilds. That would be so amazing. Same. Makes sense. Age-wise, they're horny, somewhat edgy. Just do this. Yeah, don't dodge, but keep attacking. Keep getting hit. Yeah, keep getting hit, don't dodge. Any attack is free at this point. Did you know if you counter that move and then just stay inside the beam, it's even worse. Because you have hyper armor. Alright, here we go. This might be the one. I will try my bestest. Every time I look at stream, you fainted. Oh, it's on purpose. I'm using my fortified build to cheese it out. No heroics though. Heroics a little bit too spicy for me. Oh no, you cannot counter that shit. I think that works. That kinda hurts. Is there still energy on the first floor? That was 3 temporal. I don't have rock, I don't have rock. I need rock. I need rock. Shoot it. Shoot the rock. I got the rock. Oh wait, there's a better rock here. There's more energy on the first floor? I cannot believe it. How goes the hunt? It's a little bit... eh. Now I keep getting squished too many times, getting a little bit frustrated, but it's still good. Because I really want to just solo Safi once. Today's the day I will solo you up. You will get soloed. Okay. Need more shotgun? Shotgun? There has to be a shotgun mod in this game, right? Well, I mean, bowgun and heavy bowgun is already a shotgun, I guess, right? They have like the spread ammo. Yeah, they're kind of a shotgun. Yeah, the spread ammo, I think. Sorry, I have like zero knowledge on bowguns, so I never play them. Just not my thing. Ooh, frame drop. Dang it. Yeah, wow. I really cannot handle it when Safi just keeps doing that over and over again. It really just sucks. There's no way there's no way around it. It just sucks. You see that? It's actually unreactable. Even if I react to that, that's a second hit. Heavy bowgun spread build was wild in Monster World before Iceborne. I mean, I guess heavy bowguns and bowguns in general has been pretty wild. Like, I've seen so many videos about, oh, heavy bowgun with like a very specific build is like very devastating. I mean, kudos to them. It's not really my thing. I love to get up close and personal. That's why I pretty much play all the melee weapons. I'm a wolf between kobolds right now, I see. Oh, good. Wolf, cool. Oh my god, the frame drop fucked me up. Really? Oh, that pissed me off, man. That really pissed me off. With an egg, you can hatch your own chicken. And the chicken lay more eggs, which become even more chicken. Genius! Oh my god. I cannot believe it. Merp is the brainiac kobold! Merp is like the most clever! Oh my god. We found the kobold. We found the kobold. Maybe? Nope, okay. That's so slow.
石油が最下層に移動するぞ。大隅だ。気を締めてかかれ。おお。もっと V 破壊を狙うぞ。押しまくれ。
Then I'll have food. That's my own stream for you kobolds. Alright, have a good stream. Leave a filled KFC bucket? Oh my god, leave some for me. I need it. The KFC bucket? Oh my god. How the fuck? Nope. Oh. from all the fast food, I know KFC is your favorite. Same! Oh, I'll take it. I hate those people who say, oh, fast food is so unhealthy, please. It just doesn't make sense. Unhealthy food? I mean, most foods are quite unhealthy, I would say. Wow, okay. Biggies are unhealthy? Biggies? Maybe. Blasphemy. Yeah, wow, okay. I really want to do it, but the fucking sudden spamming of a certain move really pisses me off right now. I really want to do it. It just suddenly keeps squishing me. It keeps using the move that is so unreactable. And it's such a waste of time as well, that move. This one, it's suddenly spamming this shit. Good God, man. It's like they made it as obnoxious as possible towards the end. Look at that. I'm not giving up. It just did it again. It's suddenly just doing that move over and over again. Oh, okay, at least the first energy is actually depleted. That's kinda scary. It took like 3 hours to deplete the whole energy. Well, only first level too. Can we eat rocks? Rocks are pretty tasty. What I missed, me getting mad over this game currently. Don't have strong skills, just weak and soft skin. Just finished Mandarin class. Oh, nice. Sally's very for this combo, so I must rest. Okay, Kim. Go get rest. I'll be doing a big lurk while I sleep in my pillowy dungeon. It sounds nice. Have a good sleep, Kim. Thanks for the lurk. Food. Gonna go yoink more food. Be right back. Sure. Tuck, 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 tuck. God, I love the kobold behavior. I mean, I'm a kobold, but man, it's so adorable. Alright, let's try again. I'm gonna do it. Like, I will do it. I'm gonna do it. I gotta solo this bitch. Okay, let me try Shoot Spire. Maybe if I use Shoot Spire, I might be able to have a little bit of breather. See if my cat can draw aggro for a little bit. Alright, here we go. Newt has the best butt pillow, so it's best pillow. You know, good to know. Right, here we go. Okay, good. I'll be sleeping now. Oh, you're sleeping. Be good. I have fun with this stream. I will. I'll try not to let it get me too much. Also, welcome back, Nexus. That actually worked. Wait. No, please hit me. Thank you. Alright, okay. So that thing actually works. It can draw aggro for a little bit. Oh yeah, no more energy. Okay, either this one is gonna do it or the next one, because this one is gonna deplete the second floor, I believe. The second level is gonna get depleted.
何か攻撃をしのげるかも。
I don't think they can draw aggro when I'm in CCTV mode. Oh my god. Eh? Oh my god, how did I even miss? Oh boy, here we go. I'm not surprised at this point. It's fine. Please don't miss this time. Thank you. Pretty fast for a first Nova, right? Gonna suck? Okay. That's really good.
石油が最下層に移動するぞ。大詰めだ。気を締めてかかれ。床の穴、もっと V 破壊を狙うぞ。押しまくれ。
I got this. I have more than 10 minutes to deal with this thing. I got it.
ついに再火葬だ。もうこれ以上どこにも行き場はない。慌てつやつを消耗させてエネルギーの枯渇を狙う。
劣化した岩点がある。壊れやすそうに利用できるか。狙われています。気をつけて。
Ui. I'm behind? Okay. Oh my god, why is all the rocks so far away? Okay. $10. I got this. Oh wait, wait until it's pissed. I can do one first. Nah, I saw that. We take those. Is that? Oh, it is. Okay. This suck. Excuse me? Alright, thank you. Might be able to do this. Sling shot. Okay. I just need the Slinkatorn on your face. Oh. I don't know what that is. Of course you would! It's fine. It's not doing it as much this run. Not the best, but we take it. Going? Okay. Careful. That works. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, no more suck, no more suck. I don't know what the frame is for that one. Of course you would! Nah. What? Can this trigger? Thank you. Oh boy, it begins. It's happening again. Okay. Hi, Narix. How goes a Jinling? Oh, I haven't found one yet. I need to find one that fits. Oh my god, why now? dodged the wrong way. Not enough. My god, it's gonna be another round? Wait a minute. Wait a minute, how many hits was that? In the end, it has to be this way. Fuck, this took me 3.5 hours now. I didn't think it's gonna take this long. Okay, so no level 1, no level 2. It's just straight to 3rd level. This should be it, right? Like, this should be it. Maybe we need something to carry the combo. Like, I want to do it solo. Like, I never solo Safi before, and I want to do it. I want to do it like, no, just yeah, solo Safi. That's why I'm doing like Masanta work now. Like I've been cheesing too. I've been using fortify build. Like all damage and then fortify. I don't want to do heroics because it's a little bit too spicy. I don't think I can handle it. So yeah, that's why I'm doing fortify. It's easier. Okay, this is gonna be the one. I've been here for about 3.5 hours now. Fuck. Oh, okay. Alright, time to die twice again. This is the one. This is the one.
最終目標は討伐だ。奴を見る。奴は消耗するとエネルギーを吸収し、その場のエネルギーが枯渇すると仮想に向かう。
At least after this one, I can say that I soloed Safi before. Like actually killing it. That makes me a little bit happier. Alright. Hit me, I'm here. I'm just a little kobold, hit me. Yeah. Nice, that was actually pretty fast. With some damage to boot. Very nice, very nice. Actually, I don't know. Do I want Shield Spire? Do I want to use Shield Spire? I don't know if it's actually working or not. Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath. Why does it sound like Dragon Breath? No, it's Dragon Breath. Okay. I'm keeping the Shield Spire. Alright, let's do it. This is the one. That's pretty good.
ターゲット移動を開始。皆さん
Got to yellow bar pretty quick. This is gonna be the one. This is going to be the one. Alright, here we go.
何か攻撃をしのげるかも。
Are you still gonna CCTV me? Oh, you're still gonna do it. Oh, that works. I don't know how that move works. It's so weird sometimes. Alright, okay, alright, okay. Alright, okay.
床の穴からよくもっと V 破壊を狙うぞ。押しまくれ。
Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Maybe I can try to aim for the tail this run.
ついに最下層だ。もうこれ以上どこにも行き場はない。泡立つやつを消耗させて爆発を狙え。
熱化した眼点がある。壊れやすい。利用できるかも。
Ooh, frame drop. Ooh, frame drop. Maybe it's impossible to aim for the tail now. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Ow. Fine, fine, fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's going good. It's going good.
来週を見てて。あのガス使えるかも。
熱化した眼点が隆起したわ。タイミングを見て利用して。
Did you just fix your tail? I think I already broke hind legs as well. Oh! The tip of the tail is still not a weak spot? Oh shit. Okay, no more suck, but I'm hurt. Ow. No more suck. Suck is over, alright? No more suck for you. Shoot. Does this work? Hey. I'll take it. If someone carries a combo, Kobo can shoot a shotgun from your shoulders. Yeah! The perfect combination. 10 minutes. Should be fine. Oh my god. Ooh. Dang it. I just really want your tail. Again? Okay. Ooh. Impossible, I have CCTV on. What? I'll take it. That was pretty cool. I like it. Oh! Oh my god, I finally did it! Fuck. Is this worth it? I guess. I guess I'll only do it one time in my entire life. GG. 4 hours, finally. 4 fucking hours just to solo Safi'jiiva. You know, I'll take it. I can put like an achievement plague on top of my shelves, like solo Safi'jiiva. Oh fuck. If you have Vitalis gear, it's not really worth it, I think, but it still feels good to have been true. Yeah. I'm pretty much doing this for the satisfaction, I guess. You know, soloing a raid boss, pretty much. If I tried, I don't think I tried Kuftarov. Maybe next time I can try Kuftarov. Solo mastering Kuftarov. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well done, Tylra. What? Thank you, Perry. Also, hi. How are you doing? How are things? Still a little bit sick, but I'm doing pretty okay. And things are going pretty well too. Welcome in. Yappy. I can now finally do this. I can finally do this. Alright, give me a second. There's the bean. There's another bean. Little company? Nice. The Surge? Never heard of it. But of course. Everyone gets a bit of a shout out. Get shouted at. Get shouted at. Go follow them. They're amazing. Sick is bad. Hope you get well soon. I will. Thank you. Oh, finally did it. I finally did it. My goodness. The Siege of Safi'jiiva is complete. Solo. Damn. I'll take it. It was fun. It's only reward level 10. I didn't break any parts. That's why it's only level 10. It's so bad. not even a single diamond. Shiny. So many shiny. I have all of these.
Godro Bongo.
I have all these weapons. I collect the weapons and return to unawakened materials. Okay, good. Godro Bongo. Oh boy. That was a good run. That was a good run. What time is now actually? Shit. Outside is like pitch black. It's almost 8? Yeah. 8, that's my ear. Let's go. It's almost 8. Oh, Perry has a bongo too? Oh my god, I love it. Look at the bongo. My room is pitch black. I can only see the screen. I should probably go get some rest. Are you playing on PC or on Xbox? This is PC. Hi, Toshiro. Oh, I'm gonna say yeah. That 4.5 hours or 4 hours. I don't actually know how long it is. But I think it took me like 4 hours to solo Safi. Like, shit. I'm like at the start of this on PC. Oh, So you have both versions? Wow. So kaya. Yeah, with my stupid with my stupid fortified build, took me 4 hours, I guess. That works. Yeah, that works. I'm gonna go take a break. Although I'm so glad to be back in this game. Someday, I'm gonna start doing a Dragon's Dogma playthrough. Because apparently I have Dragon's Dogma and never really played the game or never really like finished the game at all. I think I played it a little bit. Here. I played for 8 hours. That's quite a bit. Yeah, I might start a new playthrough on Dragon's Dogma. Just because there's dragons in it. Not dragon. If I remember correctly, it's something like Dragon's Age, the gameplay wise. Although Dragon Age, I only played the demo of it, so I have no idea. Something like that, I guess. But yeah, someday I'm gonna play this. I don't know how long it's gonna be. Something like that? Okay. Probably gonna be very long. Although, before you say anything, I haven't forgotten about Baldur's Gate. I have not forgotten about Baldur's Gate 3. I will continue it someday. Someday. Because it's like my PC cannot handle the game, and every time I start the game, my PC is just like making this weird noise. It's like overheating or some shit. So I'm getting a little bit concerned. Just a little bit concerned. So, yeah. Yeah, let me get here. Open up some music. I don't like that silence. Dragon's Dogma is neat. Nice. We have the best music. Sediana music. It took a 9 hours time. 9 hour a time streamer friend who knew the game 5 sessions to complete first playthrough, so 5 sessions to complete the first playthrough. So 9 hours per session. Oh, that's pretty long. And they already know about the game too. Yeah, that's very long. Did just wake up to stream, and as always, you can always join me with the heckin' raid. Also, good morning. It's long? Alright, okay, alright, okay. I'm gonna try it someday. Very, very soon. Right, very, very soon. I'm gonna try it. No ads. Ad snooze for 5 minutes? Good. Ooh, I haven't raided to Dazzy in a bit. A spooder. Yeah, we can raid to another kobold. I haven't raided to Dazzy in a bit. Let's do it. He's playing Lethal Company? Nice. A lot of people have been playing Lethal Company because there's a new update, right? I heard that there's a new update. I haven't played the game yet. Someday I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna revisit the game. I'm gonna play more with friends. You know play? I do play, it's just that for the past few days I've been so tired. What do you mean? I've been extremely tired for the past, especially yesterday. And then lately I've seen so many of my friends been playing, it's like, ooh, I should probably revisit the game. Yeah, yesterday I did something stupid. That's why I did a very short stream. I was having my medications and I didn't read the label, but apparently the label says can cause drowsiness. Use with caution. So yeah, I ate that before stream, and boy was I tired. I ate a medicine that can cause drowsiness and then went to stream. Top that. I don't think no one can top that. I don't think so. Flavors, I don't know. Maybe? Not tonight though. I wanna rest because tomorrow there's gonna be like a... Tomorrow there's gonna be... Shit, what is it called again? Doctor's visit. Like every 3 months one. So, yeah. It's kind of depressing though, you know? Like after the trip to KL, visiting, attending the firm, and then had a bunch of fun, and then came back. The next day I need to go... Yeah, I went to hospital this morning as well to get blood samples. Right? And then I got stabbed 5 times. The nurse is like super new, I think. It's like intern, I believe. And then she's like, alright, we okay, cucuk ah. sakit sikit, yeah. It's like, yeah, sakit sikit. Okay, yeah, sure. and then she just keeps stabbing. Like the first time it's like, ooh, sorry, ada. It's like, sorry, the blood, what do you call it, blood tube? The blood tube is not there. It's like, okay, it's okay, you can try again, it's fine. Oh, by the way, I was not mad at the nurse at all. It's okay, you know, mistakes happens. So it hurts a lot, but it's okay. It's totally fine, right? I am not at all mad at the nurse at all. Like, of course, the nurse needs more training, but hey, people are gonna start somewhere, you know. So I'm totally fine with that. Just kind of funny that I needed to be stabbed 4 times. The vein wasn't there. I guess they can be slippery. Yeah, I guess it can be kind of hard too, since I'm kind of chunky. Oh, chubby, fluffy. No, a little bit. Maybe, I don't know. But that could be the reason. So after 4 times, and then the nurse just be like, okay, I surrender. It's like, what? She says like, okay, I surrender lah, tak boleh. It's like, okay, I surrender, I cannot do this. So after 4 times, she surrenders, and then she calls for a more experienced doctor or nurse, more experienced one, and then she came in to take the samples. It was very painful because the place that she stabs is kind of close to... It's very close to where the first nurse stabbed at, so it already has like a bit of a mark there. And since the vein is very close to there, so the nurse still like, okay, ini sangat sakit, or it's like, okay, this is going to be very painful, right? And I was like, it's okay, go for it, I'm ready. Already some battle damage. Yeah, there's already some battle damage. So I was like, I'm ready, hit me, right? And she inserts the needle. Is the it's not pure pain. It feels like it was not needle that inserted inside the skin. It feels like I'm constantly getting punched somehow. I don't know how that works. It's so weird. I was like, oh fuck. Yeah, that hurts, but it's it hurts in the most weird way that I don't know how to describe it. It's so weird. And the pain lasts for... Hey, the pain's gone. Yeah, until now. It actually lasts for a long time. So, it's a very weird experience. Should just be a little pinch of something? It should be, yeah. But since it's very close to the first insertion of the needle, like the place, that's why That's why, like, yeah, because of the earlier battle damage, it feels like it. So it was something. It was definitely something. It's just kind of funny. So yeah, again, I am not at all mad at the nurse at all. They need training, definitely. So I'm okay with that. They didn't think there's your other arm or something. They did. Like she went for my right hand and then to my left hand. Left hand only does once, like, no, there's no vein here. It's like, how do I live? It's like she goes like, she stabs and my left arm, and it's like wiggle it around a little bit, and then she goes like, da da. It's like, huh, don't have for, she says. It's like, whoa. What kind of living organism am I? Am I an actual kobold? Even kobold has blood vein, I'm pretty sure. It's just so funny. And then she went back to my right arm. And then that's where the pain comes in. Because already got stabbed once. Got stabbed 2 more times. So that's 4 times. And then she surrenders. It's so funny. Oh fuck. It's definitely an experience, right? It's definitely. It's the evolved form of being clearly no need for veins. I don't need for veins. I don't need veins. Blood veins? I don't need that. You got a tail microphone? I totally do. Hi, hot. Welcome. I'm gonna raid soon. I'm gonna raid to another kobold. A kobold which I haven't raided in a long time. Actually, I haven't raided anyone in a long time because I was gone for almost 2 weeks. Yeah, let's raid Daisy. I'm gonna raid Daisy. Monster Hunter World was fun. I'm so glad to be back at the game. But yeah, someday I'm gonna start doing a Dragon's Dogma playthrough. Hehe. Gone but not forgotten, as they say in funerals. Not forgotten. The vein was there. It's been a while. Let me do the plugging. The plug. I have a coffee. Tell them about it, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Oops. It's okay. I've doubled the coffee link. Look at that. I have my Discord and also my socials. Discord is usually where I announce when I stream. So yeah. Also, I changed a little bit on the, what do you call that? The ping, because I've been pinging every time I go live. I don't think I want that. So I'm gonna change it a little bit. I will manually do the announcement a little bit first, and until I figure out the reaction roll thing, like people will get the reaction roll for it, so that when I stream, I'll ping that roll, so it'll be easier, right? So yeah, for now I'll do the manual for now. And also I might socials. Oh yeah, that's a raid message. Are you ending? Yeah. I've been going on for almost 8 hours. I'm gonna take a break. I'm still sick. My nose is acting up now. No. You got a raid target? I was about to raid Daisy, but you can tell me about the raid target. Maybe I can check them up afterwards. Or like, you know, the next few raids. I'll try to keep them in mind. But I'm gonna raid Daisy because it has been a while. Good night, Kobo. Good night, Borb. Good night. Hidden raid message? Nah, it's not there. There's no hidden raid message. Okay, that should be everything. Mythical mirror. They're in the middle of a hype train. Okay. But I guess I'm not gonna rate them this time. No, I already mentioned I'm gonna rate Daisy. I'm gonna rate to another kobold. Yeah, we're gonna rate to another kobold shiny. Let me snooze the ad again. There, no ads. All right. Okay, let me type in the rate real quick. I'm feeling weird. It feels like the fatigue is coming in from all the gaming. Okay, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Okay? And here comes the raid to Daisy. Under the Kobo. Thanks for stream. Thanks for stream, Tylra. Thank you again. I love y'all. Here comes the raid. Thanks for making the stream always so special. Smooch. Thanks for streaming. Y'all make me so happy. Thank you. Thank you for having a stream. Uh-oh, am I gonna have a stream? I'm gonna have a stream soon. Oh, that scared me a little bit. Yep. It's none. I put none in. Now I just need to put Merp in as well.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
we got rickrolled.
Yep.
Hello.
Yep.
And
Green Raptor Weed, ayo. Thanks for the follow. Hey, do join us with the raid if you will. And I hope you're doing good. I'm just gonna wait for the timer to go down. So people can fart away, yip away. Yip. They just yip.
Yep.
Alright, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye.
Yep.
Love y'all.
Yep.
Oh my god, so stinky.